welcome. In this video I will talk a little bit about the massive brain nodes. The brain nodes let you define the rules. On the left menu here we have several inputs: input, timer, noise, fuzz and or defuzz, and output. Okay, so let's first create the input node. Left click and drag, and also the output node. The input node will let you read from segment channels, variables, and accent channels. The output does exactly the opposite. It lets you write to those same channels. In the manual, if you scroll down to channels, you can find the various channels that the input and output will handle. So you have the channel, the description, the input and the output, and the various min, max, and a little example. So first we have the TX, TY, and TZ that will apply to the origin. So the description is pretty straight. Translation rate of agent. And also this particular channel can be used for both input and output nodes. The min and the max are both set by default to infinite, and the little example there is TY. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit to the segment channels, and the very first one looks very similar, doesn't it? Now we can use the segment channels for segment translation. Now we can set this to both input and output, and the maximums are also set to negative and positive infinity. The example here, though, shows very clearly that this is the head that we'll be translating as an example along the y-axis. Okay, let's scroll down. The action channel. The action channel supplies the motion data to the agent. The action here will be replaced with the action take in the action editor. In this case, we use walk here. Okay, scroll down to the variable section here. Now here in the predefined variables, we can see we have time. So the simulation time in seconds, the ID, the unique ID of the agent, and input, which does not reference the input node. Now at any time you can create a variable yourself by using an input node and an output node as described here. Now here you can create an agent variable, and the agent will by default take a random number between the min and the max. Now if you don't want it to take a random value, you can manually set the number here. Okay, let's scroll down. We have here also the group variables. Okay, the group variable is similar to the agent variable, but it will apply to the entire group of all agents. As we see here, by setting group variables differently among these groups, different groups of the same agent can be set up to behave and appear differently in a scene. This is key to adding realism in a scene. Okay, now we switch back to massive. Okay, left click the input node, and in the source field we're going to enter time, which will give us the time of the simulation in seconds. Press enter. Now the field name is set to time, but you can set any name you want here, and we're going to set this to time simulation. Okay, my source is still named time. Now let's go ahead and click the spacebar to play. Okay, so we see our time here in seconds, and we can change our range to say 500 seconds. Okay, let's go ahead and set this to 500 and hit play. You can see we have the same number here in seconds, both on the just below the bar and on the screen. Okay, let's go ahead and multiply the source times 24. And this will give us information in regards to frames. This is based on a 24 frames per second simulation. Okay, let's go ahead and reset the simulation. Here you can do from the menu, or you can just click Alt-R to reset the simulation. Okay, let's go ahead and change the name here to frame, or frames. Okay, now we'll run the simulation, and you can do it here from the menu, or you can use Alt-R to reset the simulation. Go ahead and hit spacebar to start things going again. Okay, so let's go ahead and select the output node and change the channel to TY. So now we have an origin. So TY will not affect. But we can go ahead and set the channel to something else that will, for example, die. Okay, let's set the value to 0.89. Okay, now that we've set the output of the variable to die, we can go ahead and create an input and then set the source to die. And you can see that the amount here is 0.89, just like we set up in the output. Okay, now we're going to set up the timer node. Go ahead and left click and drag, and the timer node determines the amount of time for an event. Okay, just like before, go ahead and click your spacebar to play. And as you see here, we have a range of 1, but we can change that range to 10. Okay, as you can see, it takes a little bit more time. But I can also set it to endless, so it will not trigger when it hits the end of the bar or to the end of the range that I've set previously. Okay, you see we have some other choices here. If stopped, endless, and always will set us back to the beginning. Okay, let's set these two here to if stopped and endless. And go ahead and hit spacebar to stop. Okay, let's create a noise node. Left click and drag. The noise node creates a random value between 0 and 1 for each agent currently in the scene. Okay, you can also set a manual number here down at the rate. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the spacebar to play. Okay, you can see the random value being generated here. And if I pull this rate down to 0, you can see the random value that was generated is static. Okay, go ahead and click Alt-R to reset the simulation. And let's left click and drag down a fuzz node. Okay, now the fuse node will allow us to merge two inputs and will combine them to a result between 0 and 1 using a chosen curve. Okay, let's go ahead and put the fuse node in front of the frames. Okay, control click and control click to connect the two. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the space bar. And we have our time marker here. Okay, middle click and drag. Okay, let me select this point here and drag back, and then select the fuse node here. And let's append an output node here to check the map value. Control click and let's hit the space bar. Okay, select the fuse node, and as you can see here, our value is multiplied between 0 and 1. Okay, when the time gets to the top here, the output value will be 1. Okay, let's create the AND node. Left click and drag. Default is set to min, but you can click on prod if you click on the prod button. The AND node lets us determine the minimum value for all of the input nodes connected to the AND node. If any of the inputs are 0, then the AND will be not true. Okay, let's go ahead and drag up. Control click to connect. Control click to connect. Set Alt-R to reset the simulation and spacebar to play. Now the value of the fuse node is true at 1. And the AND node is the combination of the fuse node and the die node. the die, which is at 0.8-ish, and the now value of AND, as you can see here, is 0.8. We can also implement the AND node. Okay, go ahead and choose the AND node, and then Alt-Control-click to disconnect. Now press Alt-click and Alt-click to connect. So when my frame is on this side and not die, the degree of truth is now set to the difference between the fuse and the die nodes. The degree of truth is now set to 0.1064. If you hit the space bar, you can see the frames counting, but the value is still the same. Okay, let's create the OR node. The OR node also has two definitions, the max and the sum. The max is the largest value of all of the nodes connected to the OR node, and the sum is the sum of all of the values of all of the nodes connected to the OR node. Let's go ahead and Control-click to connect to the die node and the noise. Hit spacebar to play. The die value is greater than the noise value. So let's switch the OR node. Click the OR node, click Sum, and our value has been changed to 1. That means it's totally true. The OR node also implements the negative OR by Alt-click from the source. And now Alt-click to the destination. Now create the diffuse node. The diffuse node lets us map the definition of truth between 0 and 1 to any value that can be used in the output node. The diffuse node lets us map truth or not truth by using the Control key and the Alt key to connect. Okay, now set the value to 10 or 100, and the range value from the diffuse node must be output. So let's drop down an output node. Now connect and set the output range to 100, and let's set the diffuse value to 10. Now I can connect more diffuse nodes to the output node, so let's drop down another and set it to be not true and connect it now to the output node. By using the Alt-click connect, the diffuse value has the same value as the AND node. Planning your motion gives you a strong advantage to performing the simulation. It is important to you to know what you want to simulate, what kind of motion you're looking for, but you must also keep in consideration the Motion Builder desktop, in which you will be reproducing this motion and will give you the best position. For this workshop, I found on the internet a similar simulation, the Battle of Thermopylae, and planning out my motion capture and taking it into the studio. If you analyze this video, you have the agents in a standing action. The agents in the front have middle lance pose, and the back agents have a high lance pose. So we have two variations of the standing action. So if I play the simulation a bit, we have the formation action and two variations of that for the front agent and the back agent. But for this video I added an additional action, the running action and the dying action. The running action also has two variations, the mid-lance pose and the high lance pose for the back agents. For the die action, I added when the arrow hits the agent in the chest, also when the arrow hits the shoulder, and the die action when the arrow hits the abdomen. Let's go inside Massive and define our motion tree. To define our motion tree, we need to go into the motion page. The motion page can be accessed by the keyboard with the page down and the page up keys. Or you can just go to the top menu in the upper right hand corner, left click, and choose Motion Page. In the Motion page we have two nodes, the Position node and the Action node. The Position node is where two actions meet, and the Action node contains motion data. To create one of these nodes, simply click and drag into this area. I'm going to minimize the preview window, and let's define our motion tree for this simulation. We have four kinds of action: standing actions, and we have the running action. We have the die action and the formation action. We can integrate the formation action into the standing action. We will have three position nodes: one for the standing, one for the running, and one for the dying. So just left click to select and set the name. Standing, running, die. For the standing action, we have standing middle lance pose, standing high lance pose, formation mid lance pose, and formation high lance pose. Okay, I'm just going to set the name. Stand middle, stand high, format middle, and formation high. Middle click and drag. For the running action, we have two variations: the run middle and the run high. For the die action, we have four variations: die hit head, die hit chest, die hit shoulder, and die hit abdomen. Now just name them: die hit head, die hit chest, die hit shoulder, and die hit abdomen. To connect the action node to the position node, hit the Control key, left click, and choose the destination node. Do it for all. And the same for the running node. And for the die node. We have three kinds of action separately. So to connect one standing pose to another pose, we need to have a transition action. For the standing to running, we need to have the standing running transition pose. The order will be standing, then formation, and then run. So we need two transition actions here. One for the high lance pose and one for the middle lance pose. Name the nodes: format to run middle, format to run high. So we want to take the agent from standing to running state. To take the agent from the running state to the dying state, we need another action. Set the name run to die. We have finished our tree. It's very simple. The agent can stand, middle for the front agent and high for the back. Then also formation position with middle for the front agent and high for the back. And the agent can pass from formation position to running. When the agent is running and the arrow hits the agent, then the agent dies. Die when the arrow hits him in the head, die when the arrow hits him in the chest, when it hits him in the shoulder or the abdomen. Save the document, go to File, and scroll down and choose Save Tree. And I'm going to create a new folder, name it Tree, and I save with the name Motion Tree. Finishing our tree, we can take the motion list, the action list, to the mocap studio. To do that, go to the tree menu and save action list here and save. And also save the take list. Here we have our action list and our take list. The action list has all the actions and who it's connected to. Stand, stand, and die, die, and standing to running. For the transition action, it is connected between two position nodes, standing and running nodes. And also the run to die, the running to die transition node. You can perform the transition between actions by grouping actions which can be captured at the same time. For this video, I've grouped the standing to format and running into the same take. We captured the run action separately. I also grouped the run action to the die action. Doing that, I performed the transition between the actions. Let me show you how to properly integrate Maya 2012 and Motion Builder 2013. Let's export our scenario model as FBX to massive. Select the root joint and go to Skeleton. Orient Joint Options. Primary axis is Y. Secondary axis is Z. Secondary axis world orientation is also Z. And orient. You also need to freeze the geometry deformation. To do that, select the geometry and go to Modify and Freeze Transformations. So you need to freeze the geometry deformations before skinning the model. If you've already skinned, select all the geometry and then go to Skin, Edit Smooth Skin, Export Skin Weight Maps. Then you will import the skin weight maps after freezing the geometry deformation maps. Let's now export our FBX to massive. Select the root joint and all of the geometry. And you go to File and Export Selection and Edit Preset. Set scale factor to centimeters. Type to binary. Version FBX 2009. Close it and export selection as Armored Gar FBX. We also need to target our animation to the skeleton that we define. So we need to rename our skeleton in a way that Motion Builder will recognize. Left arm, left forearm, right forearm, left upper leg, right leg, and I will rename the root to hips. So also you need to create a locator and rename as reference and set as parent off of the hips. We also need to write out our skeleton pose to the ASF or acclaim format, which we will export from Motion Builder to massive. So to do that, we need to create our keys to the root joint. Select the root joint and go to Character menu and create Character Set and set your keys. Let's now export our skeleton to Motion Builder. Select the reference and control-click hips and also control-click character. Go to File and Export Selection and go to Edit Preset and set the FBX file format version to FBX 2012. Close and export selection. Let me show you quickly how you can put animation data from the actor to the skeleton that we define in Maya. In the Projects folder, select the Armored Guard MB and drop in the viewport and choose FBX Open, No Animation. Do not save. Go to Template, then Characters, and choose Character. Drag and drop onto a joint. Characterize as biped. Go to Filters and double-click. Go to the definition and we have some yellow. The right arm doesn't appear to be parallel to the x-axis. We need to correct that. Go to the character definition and Control Rig Create. Choose FKIK and let's select the left wrist. Choose the translation manipulator and translate the wrist out till it flattens out a bit. Transform and also select the right a bit and also translate. Go to the character settings and plot character. Bake animation from control rig to skeleton. And that's good. Plot. Let's go to display, models, visibility, choose skeletons. Okay, we have our skeleton with the right arm parallel to the x-axis. So in the character, select character and delete. And also delete the control rig. Now go again into the character, click and drag into our skeleton. Let's characterize as biped. Go to the character area, double click, go to the character definition. We have all green. Now our characterization is valid. Let's save as Armored Guard character and press save. Press save again. Let's export now the animation from the actor to our characterized skeleton. Select Armored Guard character, drag into our view and choose FBX Merge, No Animation. Go to Character, double click, Character Settings, Input Type, Input Source, Actor, and Active. Go to Character Settings, Plot Character, Bake Animation from Input Actor to Skeleton. Select Plot All Takes, set plot rate to 30 frames per second, and plot. By scaling to 2.54, my skeleton will get to the same size from ASF and FBX when I import in from Massive. After plotting the animation to the skeleton, we lost our T-pose, so we need to fix that now. Let me import my T-pose from the Armored Guard _MB. Go to File, Motion File Import, and select our armored guard underscore MB.FBX. In our import options, merge, create unmatched models, and import from file. Click import. Let's check again the scale. I'll set it again here at 2.54. Scaled it. And let me now select the hip region. Go to File, Motion File Export. Export as Acclaim ASF. Set as guard. I'll save it. That's it. Let's import our skin and model from FBX and ASF motion data into Massive. First, check your current directory. Go to Options, choose Current Directory. Mine is set to C Program's Massive bin. Let's close it and save our setup. Go to File menu and choose Save Setup. Save it as Guards. Close Massive and reopen. Before opening guard.mass, let's create our basic directory. ACT, CDL, Maps, Object Sim. Double-click on guards.mass and let's check our current directory. Go to the Options menu. Now my current directory is set to Projects Chapter 1B Massive Scene. This is correct. And now import our FBX. Go to File, choose Import FBX. OBJ files we'll be able to put in the OBJ directory, and also the weight file. Now let's switch on geometry and browse to our directory. Find our guards.fbx here and accept. Control right click in the viewport and track. This will zoom out our camera. Middle click to pan our camera. Press Alt-M to switch between your skeleton and your model. Our model is imported into Massive properly. So let's go to the brain page. You can switch between pages by using the page up and page down keys. Or you can use the button in the upper right corner, click, and go to the body page. So here we have our skeleton and all the geometry that we imported from Maya. So the armor lance does not yet have a weight map applied. The armor shirt, you see, does. So we need to fix that. We need to connect the armor lance to the end of the segment to be displayed. To do that, Control left click on the armor lance and Control left click on the destination node. Our armor lance is now connected to the right arm. So let's transform into the world space, or the same position it was in Maya. Click on the World Space button. Here we have our model imported into Massive properly. Go to the Scene page and rename our agent as Guard, and also rename our group as Guards. Let's save it. Go to File, Save Agent, and navigate to the CDL directory and save as guard.cdl. And also save the setup. Here I've saved it as guards.sim. Let's close Massive and import our ASF motion data. To import skeleton data from ASF or BVH motion file into Massive, we need to do that by the command line. So we need to start Massive by the command line. In your manual, if you go to the Importing Motion subdirectory, we have some examples here. massive skeleton.asf. This simple command will load the skeleton to massive from an ASF file. This is the same for the BVH format, so you would just say massive skeleton.bvh, and your skeleton will be loaded. Let's start our console session and check the massive home variable and change it to our AMC ASF files. Now let's type massive and guards.asf and press enter. Our skeletons are imported into massive properly. Let's change our units. Go to the options menu, choose units, and change it to centimeters. Okay, this looks fine now. And close it. Our skeleton looks good. Now go to the scene page and rename this as guard. Guard ASF. And rename the group to guard_ASF also. Go to the body page by pressing the page up and page down key. There you are. And arrange our skeleton. Minimize your viewport. Left click and drag. Left click and drag to select. And this one. Okay. Left up leg and spine. Let's see, that looks fine. This up, and this down a bit, and a little bit more here. Alright. Keep sorting this a little bit. Find what goes to what. Reorganize it into the roughly into the shape of a biped. Note that the first word is right or left. This will give you some clues as to where you should drag the item. A little bit more there. Okay. Let's drag this. Alright. And put this below here. And shift select these two here, up a little. And let's do the left side here. Things are cleaning up nicely. This here. These three here. Very nice. Now select the root node. Go to the pose table. And set the TY as 229.2. This is the same setting for the root node that we had in Maya. Show your viewport and set bind pose. Click in an empty area. Save pose as bind pose.act. Let's save it. Save our agent. Go to the File menu, Save Agent, as guard.asf.cdl. This is the skeleton that we will use for our simulation. So we need to copy to this skeleton the weight file and the geometry. To do that, go to File and Load Agent. Load guard.cdl. Right-click and drag to zoom out, and left-click and drag to select all geometry. Control C to copy, and Alt O to switch between agent pages, and Control V to paste. Let's save our guard ASF. File menu, Save Agent, Save, and go to the Scene page and delete our old guards. Save. Save our setup as guards.mas here, overwrite, and save agent as guard_asf.cdl. Let's switch between skeleton and geometry by pressing Alt-M. Our geometry is not showing here. We just need to close Massive and reload again. Double-click on guards.mas. Let's see our geometry by pressing Alt-M. Here we have our model skinned properly. So let's go to the body page by pressing the page up, page down key. Here we are on the body page, and let's apply the materials for our geometry. Control-click to connect to the geometry. Control-click on the destination node. Control-click on the material. Control-click on the destination node. And done. And now we need to connect each segment of the geometry to the skeleton. So let's first load our texture map. Go to the texture map browser. Go to the scene and the maps directory and choose the armor guard map. Let's check our map on the viewport. Let's save our agent again. For the armor lance, we'll create a segment that will connect to the right hand. This special thing we're going to do here is so we can apply dynamics to the lance. Click on the right hand and drag in the box. This will connect the box to the right hand. Now let's reshape this box into a lance proxy that we can then later apply dynamics to. Set the X value to 12, the Y value to 518, and the Z value to 12. Translate in the Y 102. Now choose the Rest Date tab. Set the RX value to 63.6220. Set the RY value to negative 32.4612. And set RZ negative 80.5086. Now set TX to negative 14.74, TY to 30, and TZ to 10.88. Now let's rename the box. We'll name it Lance Box. And also, let's create the last segment to the lance by dragging out a sphere. Okay, and let's set the shape value to 9 here. Let's go to the Rest tab and translate in TY 331. Move up and click on the armor lance. Drag to the side and control-click the armor lance. Connect to the lance box. We'll move this a little. Go to Display, View Geometry. OK, let's transform. Click on the Armor Lance node and the Rest tab. We're going to translate here. TX 162.219, TY negative 116.9, and TZ negative 7.185. Now click to switch back and forth between the skeleton and the geometry. Our armor lance is displayed correctly. Save our agent. File, Save Agent. And also this setup. Now let's create the arrow agent. Go to the scene page. Click and drag a new agent node. Set the name as arrow, and also set the group name arrow. Switch to the body page. Here, switch to skeleton by pressing Alt-M. Set our shape length 20 and radius 10. Translate in TY 10. Now go to the Rest State tab. Set the RX to 39. Set the name as Arrow Base. Create the arrow segment by, again, using the box. We'll reshape the box by setting our shape settings here. Set the X to 18.3387, Y to 257.7318, and Z to 20.1892. Set the TX to 0.4262 and TY to 16.1850 and TZ 0.9368. Rename it as arrow and go to the Rest tab. Set RX to 0 and also TY to 0. Create the geometry and connect to the arrow. Go to File and Object Directory. Load the armor lance. We'll use this for the arrow. Go to the Rest State and click Add. Change from Transformation to Scale. Also add the translation. Go to View and View Geometry. We'll scale our geometry. Set 0.5, 0.5, and 0.5. Translate our new arrow. Set TX to 82.62. TY a negative value, negative 112.1, and TZ to 0. Let's switch between our skeleton and our geometry by pressing Alt-M. Here we have our arrow using the same OBJ. Let's apply a material to it. Drag out a material node. It will automatically connect. Click on the texture map browser, go to the Maps directory, and choose the Armored Guard MAPS.TIFF. Here we have our arrow displayed on the viewport. So let's save it. Go to File, Save Agent. Navigate to CDL directory and save name as arrow. Now save our setup. And save again the agent. Let's skin our model in Massive. So switch to the body page, and here we have our skeleton and all our geometry. Press Alt-M and notice that there is no model displayed. This is because no weight has yet been applied to it. So we need to edit our bones. First thing, if you want to edit your bones in Massive, you need to rename them with a L underscore for the left side and an R underscore preceding on the right side. Named properly like this, they will be automatically detected. Deselect and choose Option, Bone Window, and reposition your viewports so that you can see both. Click Alt-M to reveal your skeleton. First, let me bind the right armor boot and the left armor boot. I will disarm all of these other nodes. Select shoulder armor and all others, and press Alt-D. And also, if you want, you can disarm the armor lance. First, let's select the left armor boot, and on the Geo here, click this toggle. Initialize both of the toe base, lower right corner. Let me switch to the viewport, Alt-M. Also initialize the right foot and also the right leg initialize. Each segment has two ellipsoids that represent the bone volume. The inner ellipsoid represents the geometry that is affected by that bone. All of the geometry outside the outer ellipsoid will not be affected by that segment. So I'll zoom my camera, go to the bone window, let's scale down. And let's scale down in the Z. And also in the Y. Let's translate a little in the Y. Switch to the right foot. Let me decrease. Scale in Z and Y, and also in X, little Z. Let me check on the other side here. Let me scale down a little bit on the right leg. Translate down. Scale a little. Yeah, that's fine. Let me scale once more. Let's edit the right foot here. Scale a little. And translate a little more. And Z. Let me check it. Where is it? Okay. Let me scale down. Let me translate a little. Be mindful of the viewport on the right. Let me rotate a little. And translate in TY. Rotate a little. And translate down. Yep. Let's edit now the toe base. Let's scale up in the X and the Y and the Z. As I'm adjusting these blend spaces, scales, and sizes, I'm watching the viewport on the right for the results. As you can see now, we're very close with the boots. Let me scale down a little. Translate a little. Okay, that looks good. Let me unlock my selection. Let's edit. Select Pant here. Alt-E to enable. And lock selection. Let's start editing our upper leg. Let's initialize. Okay. The yellow colors and red colors you see here indicate the level of influence by that bone. So let's scale down our size. And also the global size. Okay. Rotate a little. And translate a little. Okay. And now let's translate our right leg. Rather scale. Yeah. Let me check it a little. Okay. Scale and Z. That did it. Okay. Let's switch. Unlock our selection. Let's select our shirt here. Alt-E to enable. Let's start editing our root bone. Here, initialize. Let's scale. A little more here. Let me initialize for the spine and scale a little. Let me lock my selection. Select and lock. Let me go to spine. Check this one. Yeah. Let me translate a little. Okay. Okay. Let me initialize spine 1. Okay, let me scale. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I translate in the X and scale down. Okay, let me scale. Yeah. Closer. Little. Scale a little more. Okay, let me check it. Yeah. Let me scale a little. Let me do it for the root also. Scale on the Z, on the X. Okay, let me scale down. And the spine also. Translate. Let me see the root. And rotate. Let me rotate. And translate down. Okay. Let me scale in Y. Okay. That's good. And let me initialize spine 2. And scale. There it goes. Translate a little to the positive Z. And also scale in X a little. Translate a little. And scale in Y and X. Good. Okay, much better. Select spine 1 and translate a little. And scale in Z. and also spine. No. Okay. Good. Yeah. Good. Choose the root. Let me check it. Okay. Good. I'll see my spine too. Scale in Z. Yeah, that's fine. Spine 1. It's looking better now. Okay. I have a little problem here on the back side. Spine 1 here. Let me scale in X. Yep. And also in Z. Okay. It looks right. Check spine 2. Yeah. Let's deactivate our material. Unlock. Select the armor suit, shirt, lock selection. Start with spine. Translate down. Yeah. Okay. Select the root here. Okay. Yeah. Let's scale the right leg in Z. Okay, that's good. Let's go to the spine 1 here. Translate a little. That's good. Let's go to the spine 2 here. Translate a little. That's good. There we are. That's fine now. Okay, that's good. Now let's edit the head. Select the head. Alt-A to enable. Okay, that's good. Let me initialize the bones for the neck and for the head. Select the head and lock the selection. Let's edit my bone for the neck and the head. Let me scale down and rotate, scale in Z a little, translate down a little. Okay. Alright, let me see this. Okay, let's adjust the scale a little, fitting the spheres and regions of influence. Let me translate it in Z. Okay. It's looking better. Check it. Let me scale down the outer spheroid to the width of the neck. Okay, that's good. Let's edit the head now. Let me rotate, scale in X and Y, translate, watching all the time the viewport on the right. You can see the head begin to emerge. Okay. That's good. Okay. We're closely fitting the spheroid to the shape of the head. Let me translate a little more. That's good. Okay. We'll rotate and translate. That's better. Good. And scale in Y and Z. Here we have our model skinned. Go ahead and complete the skinning of the arms on your own and save this asset. Save agent. Save as guard bone edit. Let's import our motion data into Massive. Before loading the data, we need to set our rate. To do that, we need to start Massive by the command line. So change to the Chapter 1B Mass Scene. When you've navigated to that folder in your console session, type the command line massive -amc rate 30 guards.mass and press enter. Close your message window here. Go to File, Load Actions, find the AMC files, select all, and open. Open the action detail, and the IK off and the solo on. Let's check our action. The first action is when the arrow hits the agent in the abdomen. This is the same with a variation. Die action when the arrow hits his chest, die action when the arrow hits his head, and die action when the arrow hits his shoulder. Small variation. And when the agent runs with the high lance pose, run with the middle lance pose, and the run with the middle lance pose that starts from a high lance, and standing in formation to run mid lance. We need to copy this one 3 times and make separate action takes, and the standing formation to run in high lance pose. This one also we need to make 3 copies of and create separate takes. Let's start with our run middle action. Left click and select. Press the space bar to play. To cause the camera to follow our agent, you need to press Alt F and Alt Shift F. Go to the Curves tab and select Root TX, TY, and TZ. Go to the Loop tab and space bar to stop. Let's create our loop. We'll start with our loop start and our loop end. You can use the period key to go forwards a frame and the comma key to go backwards a frame. When stepping forward, the camera follows our agent. When stepping backward, the camera does not. Let's begin with the loop start when the right knee is aligned with the left knee. Let's check it and use the right mouse button to click and drag the steps on the Curve tab. Set loop start here. Step forward and use the right mouse button to align the knees again. Set loop end and press the space bar to check. It's a little jumpy. The arm is doing a little bounce there. Adjust crossfade to a negative value. Okay. All right. It's looking better now. Click locomotion because this one is a locomotion action. And apply. Let's adjust our agent axes by going to View, Agent Axes. Okay. Let's go back to the Action Editor and choose the Agent tab. Here we will create the agent curves and the timing curves. So our agent is translating in the x-axis. We need to transform our action. Go to the Transform tab and rotate in Y. When you're done with your transformation, if you switch to the Agent tab, that transformation will be frozen and embedded in the action. When you go back to the transform, it will be reset to 0. So let's go to the Action tab and check. Okay, we need a little more, and go back to check. So we need more. Okay, that's looking better. Let's correct that back positive. That's looking better. Okay. A little more. Okay. Let's check it. Okay. That looks good. Now let's apply. Let's create the IK for the toes. Go to the body page here and check if we have the skip for the left foot, because we want to create the IK between the left toe base and the left leg and the left upper leg, and the same for the right side. So we need to skip the right foot and the left foot. And let's go to our action editor, and the Curves tab, select None, find the left foot RX and the right foot RX. Go to the IK tab and create RC curves, and select None, find right toe base and left toe base, and go to the IK tab and create IK curves, and hold curve, switch the IK button on, go to the option, choose handle size, OK, and scale to 1.6. Close it, go to View and All, see our agent, and go back to the Action Editor. Press Alt-E to see the handles on the viewport. The green line lets us threshold the rate of the toe base, and the yellow lets us threshold the speed of rotation. The threshold rate, middle click and drag. The speed threshold, left click and drag. OK. These thresholds will control when the toes stay on the ground. Click the spacebar. Let me see if our toes are on the ground. OK, they look fine. Press the spacebar. OK, this looks good. And let's go back to the Action tab. Press spacebar to stop. Switch the IK off and edit the stand formation format to run. Select this one and copy to 3 times. OK. And name your first one Stand Middle. Select this one and rename Format Middle. And the last one we'll name Format to Run Middle. So let's edit our stand action here. OK, stand and play. Go to the Curves tab, select None. Now select Root TX, TY, TZ. Go to the Loop tab, and let's create our loop. Before creating our loop, set this to static because he's our standing pose. And step backward by using the comma key. Let's set loop start here. And let's set the end here. Tap your spacebar to check it. The hand appears to be flipping. Adjust the cross phase for this one. Left click and drag. It's looking better now. Let's apply. Our agent is not facing the Z direction, so let's transform. Action Editor, Transform tab. Rotate on the Y-axis. Let's check it. Okay. Yep, a little more. Now go to the Agent tab and create our agent and timing curves. Our axis is in the middle of our agent, so let's apply. Now go to the curves, select None, and create the IK curves, and select the left foot RX and the right foot RX. Go to the IK tab and create the RC curves. Go back to the Curves tab and choose the left toe base RX and the right toe base RX. Go back to the IK tab and create the IK curves and hold curve. So let's switch the IK on. Middle mouse, click and drag up for our threshold control. We also need to create the IK for the hand. We'll have to do that here and for the middle action. We'll do that now. Go back to the Curves tab, select None, and scroll up to the right hand RX, and also select the left hand RX. Switch back to the IK tab and click IK Curves Creation. We don't need the RC curves because we are going to create the IK between the hand, forearm, and shoulder. Now go to the Actions tab and choose the Run Middle. Go to the IK tab and click IK Curves to create. Here we go. So let's switch off our IK and edit our Format Middle action. Let's select our root TX, TY, TZ. Go to the Loop tab and Step. Comma for backwards, period for forwards. Step backwards, set loop start here. Step forward, and set the loop end about here. Set this one here as a locomotion. Click One Shot because it's not really a looping action, and no retrigger off. Apply. We need to transform our agent to face Z. Go to the Transform tab and rotate our agent. Rotate to the same value as before. OK, let's go to the Agent tab. We'll create agent curves and timing curves. This looks fine now. And let's apply. Now create the IK, select None, scroll until you find the left foot RX, and also find the right foot RX. Now go to the IK tab and create the RC curves, and find the right toe base and the left toe base. Now switch to the IK tab, click IK Curves, hold Curve, and turn on the IK. Let's play, and adjust the threshold lower here. Let's check it. OK. Alright, that's good. Okay. Now go to the Edit tab, step forward. Let's edit our IK curves. Click to select, and let's delete our key. We want this here to stay on the ground. So now we need to edit the IK for the arm. Up arrow will select the next curve. So let's insert a key. Let's check it. Right around here. Insert another here by pressing the Insert key. Unlock the transform in the vertical. Lock the horizontal. Transform our curve here and set to 1. And also this key to 1. Unlock the transformation in the horizontal and lock the transformation in the vertical. And drag to the left. Step forward and check it. Edit this next curve and press Insert to set a key here. Transform our curve in horizontal. We need to set another here. Set 1 in the vertical. Translate in horizontal a little. Let's check it. Play. Step forward. Let's check it. Play again. Much better. We also need to set up the IK for the hand. Switch to the Curves tab, select None, scroll down to the right hand RX. Next, Shift select the left hand RX. Go to the IK tab and click IK Curves and hold Curves. Let's check and play. That's fine. Let's edit now our Format to Run action. First, we'll transform our agent to face the X-axis. So first we're going to edit our root. Click to the Curves tab, select None, and choose Root TX, TY, and TZ. Switch to the Loop tab, press the dot key to step forward. We'll set our loop start here, at just the moment when the agent starts to run. Press the dot key, rotate our camera, step forward, watch for the position when the right knee faces the left knee. We'll set the loop end at the moment when the toe base is touching the ground. This action is one shot, also is locomotion. Apply. Now go to the Transform table and rotate on the Y-axis. Choose the same value as we've used twice before. Press the space bar to check it. OK. Step forward. Let's go to the Agent tab and see what's going on here. Our agent's axis is sliding all over the place. Go to the Advanced area. Here we can make some adjustments. Simply set the X to none. We've succeeded in controlling this. Click Apply. Now let's go to Curves. Click None, and let's create IK curves for the hand and toes. Select the left foot RX and the right foot RX. Go to the IK curve and create the RC curves. Go back to the curves, select None, and choose the right toe base RX, and Shift select the left toe base. Go to the IK curves, click the IK curves, hold curve, and turn the IK on. Let's threshold by middle click and drag up, and left click to threshold speed. Step forward to check. That's better now. Time to create the IK for the hand. Select None, now right hand RX, and Shift select left hand RX. Go to the IK tab and IK curves, hold curve. That's good. Now let's edit the die hit abdomen. First, switch the IK off and then select the die hit abdomen. Press spacebar to play. Go to the curves, select TX, TY, TZ. Go to the Loop tab and let's step backwards. We're looking for the moment when the arrow hits him. Now let's adjust the view a little bit here. I'll set my loop start here. And spacebar to watch the action. I'll set this one to turning because the agent flips around. Also, one shot, deselect no retrigger, and apply. Let's create the agent curves and the timing curves. Go to the Agent tab and click Apply. Let's create the IK. Go to the Curves tab, click None, select the left foot RX, and Shift select the right foot RX. Go to the IK tab and create the RC curves. Back to the Curves tab, select None. Select right toe base RX and Shift select left toe base RX. And create the IK curves, hold curve, turn the IK on. Spacebar to display the action. I don't want to threshold this. I want this die action to appear natural. OK. Let's save it. Go to File, Save Actions, press Accept, and Alt our agent, and press OK. Now let's edit the transition, latch, and IK curves. We need to finish the transition, latch, and IK curves from the previous lesson. Go to File, Load Action, go to Actions Edited, ignore duplicates. Now open the Action Editor and the sequencer. First edit the Stand Middle action by left selecting and click Append. Also add Format Middle, Format to Run Middle, Die Hit Abdomen. Let's also insert, before Die Hit Abdomen, the Run Middle. Select Run Middle and click Insert. In the sequence window, choose the Stand Middle button. Also, in the Action Editor, use the middle mouse button to choose the same action. In the Action Editor window, choose the Curves menu. And you'll see here that the transition and latch are selected. Now choose the Edit tab, select the second key and drag it to the beginning. If you switch this key off and on here, you can translate your key in the vertical axes. The same goes for the top lock here, so that it locks or unlocks the horizontal transitions. Locking both locks the key down for no more changes. Leave the vertical axis locked and press the dot or period key to begin stepping through. With the down arrow curve, it will choose the next, which is the latch. In the sequencer, choose Format Middle with the middle mouse button and choose the left key and drag it to the beginning. Press the period key to step through the action, and now you can see we are developing the transition between the Stand Middle and Format Middle actions. Adjust your right transition key to closer to the left. Okay, step forward a little. Adjust the horizontal key, 10.18. Here we have our transition to Format Middle. Now we'll edit our latch curve. Select this key here. Translate the key a bit. Step forward a little. Okay. Adjust this a little. Okay. Let's manually enter 6427. Select now your format to run middle with your middle mouse button and begin editing the transition curve. Drag the second key to the beginning and step forward. Let me adjust this key a little here. A longer transition between the two actions. Alright. Manually enter 3844 and step forward with the period key. Okay. I will put the latch curve when both knees are facing one another. Select the latch now with the down arrow key and start adjusting. Step forward. Okay. Adjust the camera a bit so we have a nice side view. So we'll be able to see when the knees get near one another. Okay. This is good. Alright, better. Now I'll choose the Run Middle action and begin to edit the transition curve. Drag the second key to the beginning. Okay, let me step forward. Adjust this key a little. And step forward. Okay. I'll manually enter 2777. Okay. I want the transition when the right leg is facing the left leg. So let me drag the latch curve. Okay. Manually enter 0.9826 and step forward. Okay, let me check this. Now select with your middle mouse button the die hit abdomen action. Choose the second key and drag it to the beginning. And choose the first key and let's drag it far to the left, because I want my agent to die the instant the arrow hits. Okay. Manually enter 0.0346. Let me step forward. Okay, that's fine. Well, the agent is dying. No worries about the latch curve because he's already dead. Press Alt-R to reset. Select the stand middle action from the sequencer and click Alt-F and then the spacebar. Okay, let me drag my camera here. Here we have our agent. And press Alt-R again. Select the stand middle and press play again. Let's check this. I have a little problem here with the arm. We need to rotate the axes. Choose the stand middle from the sequencer with the middle mouse button. And let's go to the Action Editor and to the Curves tab. Now select the left hand IK. Left hand IK.X and go to the Edit tab. Middle click and drag down. Oh, we have to unlock the vertical transition. With the middle click, drag down on the left. Okay. Now let's edit the IK curves. Go to the curves, select none. Go to the left toe base IK and the right toe base IK. Press Alt-I to switch on the handles. Press the dot key and notice the change there on the foot. Our IK is off. Select the Format middle and go to the Edit tab. Switch to the IK curves with your up and down arrow keys. Let's insert a key by pressing the Insert key and click on the curve. Insert another and drag the first to the beginning and up to 1. Manually enter the value for the vertical axis to 1. Now we have our IK turned red. Let's step forward to check it. Let me drag to the beginning here. Around 1350. Okay. And this value to 0. Let me step forward to check. And you see it's on the ground again. I'll select this key now, and then select the key to its right by using the right arrow key. Translate this key to the left a bit. Alright, around here. Manually, let's put this to 0. Let me drag this here. Okay, now the bottom one. And 1450. Yes. Alright, let me adjust it. Put this value to 1. Let me select all these keys. Step forward. Okay. Our right foot is on the ground, but the IK is off. Switch it to the right toe base IK. Now let's drag this key here to the left a bit. Okay. And set the vertical to 1 manually. It's red now. Let's adjust this here just a little. Around 2786. Okay. Also this. 0, 0. Let me step forward to check. Okay. Foot still on the ground. Okay. Let me reset it. Select stand middle. Hit the dot key. Step through. Okay. Alright. Now let's choose and check the right foot. Slowly step through. Okay, let me drag this key here. Okay. Alright. Around 1166. Alright. Set this value to 1. Okay. Let's step forward. Alright. Let me select this key here. Okay. Alright. Let me put 0.2356 here. And 0 for the vertical. Let me step forward to check. Okay. Okay, step. The IK is on here again. This looks much better now. Okay, now let's edit the format to run middle IK. Let's select the left toe IK. Okay. Step forward. Okay. We have our foot here still on the ground. Okay. Okay. Let's translate our key here. Okay. Step forward. Around 4805. Step forward. Okay, that's fine. Step forward. Let me edit this key here a little. Let me set this value to 1. Step forward. Set this one here to 1. Okay, step forward. Let me check this here. Okay. Good. Good. Our foot is still on the ground. Let me set the value to 1 and step forward. Okay, I'll just adjust a little more. That's good. Okay. That's fine now. Now let's edit the right toe base IK. Press the down arrow key. Press Alt-R to reset. Select the stand middle action. Press the space bar to play. Okay. That's good. Now let's edit the IK for the right toe base. Okay. Let me put this value to 1 and this value to 2359. Okay, press the dot key to step forward. Okay. That's good. My foot is now on the ground. Good. The IK here transitions to off. So let's reposition it just a little to make it seem more natural. Okay. That's good. This should be good at about 0.67. And let me set this value to 1. Okay. Adjust this bottom curve a little. Okay. And step forward. Okay, let me try this. Much better. Now let's edit the IK for the run middle action. Okay, middle click to select. Press the down arrow key to choose the left toe base IK. Let's step forward. The foot is on the ground, but the IK is switched off until the toe is on the ground. So let's drag the first curve here and then put the value to 1. OK. Again, choose the stand middle action, middle mouse button, Alt-R to reset. OK. Press the space bar to play. As we get near our run middle, press the dot key or period key to step through. OK. And the toes still on the ground. Let's adjust this upper left key. I think around 18. Okay. Around 1870. Set this to 1. Step through with a period key. We'll set this one to 0. Let's drag a little. Okay, that's fine. Set this to 2710. Step forward. Okay. The toe is back to the ground, but the IK is off. Press the Insert key and left-click here to insert the key. Click again to select, and let's translate up. Good. Let's insert another key here. Click to select again, and enter 0. Drag this point directly underneath the next key and set the vertical axis to 0. And set this value here to 1. Because I want my toe to stay on the ground. This one here to 1. And let's ease it off just a little to the right. Okay. Much better now. Now again, press Alt-R to reset. Middle click, stand middle, space bar to begin play. Okay. Now tap the period key to start a frame at a time, stepping through. Okay. Okay. Let's adjust this a little. That's good. Okay. That's good. Let's continue on to adjust the next IK. Use your arrow key to choose the right toe base IK. Begin by reset, Alt-R to reset. Middle click, stand middle action, spacebar to play. OK. Dot key to step through. OK. OK. And the right foot isn't on the ground yet, but it's supposed to be. The IK is off. Select this first key here and drag. I think 3280 should be about right. Let me step forward to check. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Alright. Now I think it's time to reset again. Option or Alt R to reset. Middle click on Stand Middle Action. Space bar to play. Let's pan the camera out a little. Let's check our action. Okay, that looks much better. Reset and select Stand Middle, play again. Okay. So let's save our action. Choose File, Save Action, Save As, and Accept. Also, let's save the agent. We've now finished editing the transition between actions by editing our curves. Let's explore the placement generators for agents in Massive. Go to the Edit menu and select Place. Here we have the point generator, the circle generator, the polygon generator, and the spline generator. We also have a color generator. I will show you the first four. If you'd like to test the color generator on your own later, it's very easy. You just paint on the ground. We'll begin with the points generator. Select the points generator, click the Add button, and left-click on the ground in the View pane. We can increase the number of agents here, and the distance between the agents here. Okay. Each agent will be placed at each locator here. Alright. And we have some noise here. This will affect the position of the agents. Just drag to adjust it. Now we've got a noise frequency, and we have an angle that will affect the direction of the locators. And we have angle variation that will adjust each agent or each agent's locator to a little bit different angle. We also have the height, which will translate our agents in the Y direction. We also have the height variation. Each agent will be placed at a different Y height in translation. And we can orient our locator by flow field or terrain. We have the rows and columns option, which will create rows and columns. Let me show you how this works. Right-click and drag. Okay. Let me set my distance to 0 and adjust the column distance. Okay. Let me set my rows to 3. Set my column to 8. Okay. Increase my column distance and place. We have our agents here placed in rows. We can add some noise here by clicking, add some noise to our agents. You can see the noise changes the locator's position. Set this back to 0. You can also choose to include another agent. We can place the arrow here, place it. When using more than one agent, we can adjust the percentage of each agent group by dragging this bar here. Let me decrease it a little. As you can see by the color code blue and green, there'll be much more arrows here than soldiers. Or we can increase it by dragging to the right. You can just leave the guards and place another locator that's only for the arrows. Okay, let's delete it, and I'll create a circle generator. Click and drag to create the circle. The circle generator creates a locator that will restrict the agents to the interior of that circle. And we still have all of the options that I showed you from the point generator. You can, of course, add in the arrows. Here we can adjust the shape of the circle a bit. Choose this tool just to the right of the generator icons. Adjust by shift-clicking and then dragging. Let's switch this off and delete it. Now let's create a polygon. And click and click and click to create a shape. And right-click to finish. The polygon generator is just the same. It creates locators within the region of the polygon. Let me drag up the number here a little bit. As you can see, the color of the polygon changes based on the group that I have selected. Let's go ahead and place it. And we can also adjust the polygon on a point-by-point basis by choosing this icon here and shift select and drag one point at a time. You can see here, if you shift and select, you'll see an indication of your selection so that you can grab more than one vertex at a time. Okay, let's delete our polygon. Note that if you have the modifier key active and you have a point that's been selected, if you click the delete key, it does not delete the entire polygon, but rather only that vertex. If I switch off my modifier key, select my polygon, then I can delete the entire thing. Now let's use a spline generator. Select the spline, click Add, and in our viewport, click for the various points, and right-click to finish. And let me select increase the number of agents and select our agent groups here. Okay. The spline generator creates locators along the length of the spline. So if we rotate the angle to a negative value, we have a row. Adjusting the rows and columns options, you can see that the rows work, but the columns do not. You must increase the column distance for them to show. Here we have our locators. Mm-hmm. Good. And I can edit the points on the locator. Select your modifier key here. Shift select on the point. You can drag it. In the same way as the polygon generator, if you have the modifier key chosen and a point on the spline chosen, you will delete that point if you click delete. And I just have 2 points now on the spline. I can also edit the points on the spline. Click here to reveal the handles for the curve. Now let's switch both these off. I can select and drag my spline. Okay. Let me place my agents. Okay. I'll switch off the arrows and just place the guards. Okay. To adjust the space between our agents, we need to adjust the length of the spline. Control D to delete. Switch on the modifier key. Shift click to select and drag. This will increase the distance between columns. And we have our agents spaced in columns. I'll turn off my modifier key and click in the viewport. Control D to delete. You can use Control P to place the agents. And let's delete it. Click in the view pane, Shift select your spline, Control D to delete. Now let's finish the triggers that we defined in the previous video. Go to the Scene page, make sure you have selected the Guard ASF, and then go to the Motion page. And let's load the tree. Go to File, Load Tree, and Load Motion Tree. Here we have our motion. Now open the Action Editor. As you see here, some of the actions are highlighted. This is because the name matches a name that exists in the motion tree. First off, we need to rename the middle with a double D. Okay. Alright. Alright, now that's finished. Next, you'll notice that the die actions need to be adjusted to include an underscore in the name. So they can be renamed here as well. What's important is that the names match in both contexts. Okay. Alright, now let's update. Just click on the motion tree names, one at a time. This is enough to update them. Now go back to the Action Editor. Now more are highlighted. There are still a few missing. It looks like we have a middle here to also adjust. Go back to the tree and click once. That's enough to update and refresh. Now bring up the Action Editor again. They're good. close this, and now let's create our triggers, modifiers, and outputs for our motion tree. Go to the Tree menu and Triggers. Click Add and type Stand Trigger. Stand Trigger, okay. Run Trigger, and let's add a die trigger. Okay, close. And let's assign it to our action node. Let me shrink my viewport a little. And on the triggers in the lower portion of the menu, click Stand, and Stand, and Stand. Click on the Run Middle action node and set to Run Trigger, and continue. We'll set these to Die Trigger. Continue on setting Die Trigger. I will set this one to Die Trigger because we will trigger it when the agent dies. Okay. I will set this one to a Run Trigger because I want this one to trigger when I want my guy to run. Okay. And let's also set this one to Run Trigger. Okay, now let's begin creating our modifiers. Go to the Tree menu, choose Tree Modifiers. I will add a middle, high, format. I will also add a format to run modifier. Hit head, hit chest, hit shoulder, and hit abdomen. Let's close it and assign each one. I will set this one to modifier middle. I will set this one to modifier high, and this one to modifier format and modifier middle. I will set this one to modifier format and modifier high. This one is modifier format to run and modifier middle. Also format to run and modifier high. This one modifier middle, modifier high. No modifier for this one. Modifier for this one is hit head. Modifier here is hit chest. For this one, hit shoulder. And the last one, hit abdomen. Now let's create the output for our motion tree. Go to Tree menu, choose Tree Outputs. Let's add the Stand Out. Click Add. Run Out. Click Add. And Die Out. Click Add. And close it. Now assign each one. Stand Out. And Stand Out. And Stand. Format, I'll also hit Stand. Set this one to Run Output. Also this one, Run. And all these for Die Output. Okay. Okay. Now let me save the tree. Okay. And now let's save my agent. And done. Let's start defining the brain rules for the guard. First go to Edit, Place, and select the spline generator. Click Add, and now let's place our points in the viewfinder. Click to add the first point, click to add the second point, and right-click to finish. So let's set on our rows and columns, and right-click and drag. I'll set my rows to 8, and my columns to 3. Let's adjust the column distance. Okay. Around 400. Let's place it. Let me rotate it. Negative 90 degrees. No, 90. Negative 90. Let's place again. That's fine now. Okay. Let's close it and go to the motion page and activate tree. Let's play the simulation by hitting the spacebar. Our stand middle action is the default action. If you want to choose another, you have to click the action node and select it to be default. For now, the stand middle is our default action. Now switch to the brain page. Stop the animation, reset it. OK. Drag out an input and set the source to time multiplied by 24. Set the range to 2500. Create a fusion node here. Control-click to connect. Drag middle. Choose a different curve and set the value to 150. Let me drag these keys apart. And I'll set this value to 200. Also this one to 200. I'll set this one to 150. That's fine. And also set this one to 150. Oh, it's already. Okay. Let's now make some room and create a diffusion node and an output node. I'll set the channel to the format modifier. So to activate the format middle action, we need to go to the motion page, click on format middle in the motion tree, and we see that we need stand trigger and format middle for modifiers. So we go back to the brain page and we'll create 3 output nodes. I'll set this one to high modifier. We'll use it later. And this one to middle modifier. And this one to the stand trigger. So we only need to activate this trigger within this frame range. Create another diffusion node and connect it to the fuse and to the stand trigger and set the value to 1. And also this to 1. And let's clean this up a bit. Alright, let me copy this one and also connect it to my time node. This will activate the format to run modifier. OK. Middle click and drag. Create another diffusion node here. Connect. And another output node. Set the channel to format to run. Good. Connect it. And we also need to activate the run trigger. Create a diffuse node here and an output node here. Set this one here to run trigger. So let's connect it and set the value here to 1. Let's set the name here to frame 150 to 200. Now let's name this one to frame, click on the first, 286. To frame 336. Let's select the middle and switch on, drag to 1, and choose the stand trigger. Alright, let's check this one. We need to activate this defuse node. Drag to 1. Let's play it. The agents will format after frame 150. And as we approach frame 286, they will run. Let's drag this one. Alright, that's fine now. Press Alt-R for reset. OK. And the agents are format. And they begin to run. So we need to activate our run middle action before our format to run middle action is active. So to do that, we'll use a phase channel. Drag down another input. Set the source as format to run middle, and the phase channel. Let's create the fuse node here. Connect. I'll switch over to this curve and drag the value a bit to the right. OK. Set the value to about 0.5. Now drag down a diffusion node. OK, and connect it to the run trigger. Select all and drag. And let me turn on this file. Set Alt-R to reset. Let's play again. Select the diffuse and watch what's going on. Name this phase greater than 0.5. Now let's play. Click on your viewport and Alt-F. The camera will follow our agents. So all of the agents are running with exactly the same rate. Now we'll add some rate variation. Click spacebar to stop and Alt-R to reset. Let's go to the body page here. In the variable tab, let's add two variables. And let's set the name to max rate. And the value to 1.2, 1.2 again, and default is 1.2. Let's set this one to min rate, and the range 0.7, 0.7, and the default also 0.7. Switch to the brain page. Let me drag my nodes here. Create two new input nodes. Set the first one to max rate. Set the range to 1.2. Set the second one to min rate. Set the rate to 0.7. Let's create two diffuse nodes. And Alt-click, 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 Alt-click. Now drag out an output node. Set the channel to asterisk colon rate. Control connect and control connect. Now let's add some noise to the max rate here. OK. And set this one to else. Press Alt-R to reset. Click the spacebar to play. Alt-F to follow. So we have a little variation here in the standing, but you'll see quite a lot more in the format. And they start running. So we need to avoid collisions. Let's stop it. Press Alt-R to reset and drag out another input node. Set the source to head vision channel .z. Drag out a fusion node and set the name to close for when an agent gets close to another. Let's switch to this curve here, middle click to drag, and set the value to about 0.8, 0.9. So let me set this value here to about 0.7, and that's fine. I'll drag out a diffusion node here, connect it to the rate, set the value to 0.5. Make a little room here. Drag it back a little. Anything can be in this region here. We need to define the minimum range that another agent can be near an agent. To do that, we'll use the AND node. Let's connect it. Now drag this a little back. Okay, and connect it to diffuse. Hit the spacebar to check what's going on. Here you can see the agent view. Shift and click on the viewport for the agent view. You can switch the view agent by shift-clicking on an agent. Here you can see the spear within the agent's vision. So we don't want the agent to slow down when he sees someone else's lance. So we can change the color and communicate to the agent not to slow down when he sees this color. So let's create another input here. Let me drag this a little bit. Okay, that's fine. And set this one to head vision channel .h. Let's drag out a fusion and connect it to the input and set its name to color. Now let's go to the body page, select the guard instance and set the color to 0.45 and select the lance box, click off inherent and set the value to 0.7. Next, select the sphere, click off inherent and set the value to 0.7. Good. Click Alt-M and here we have our agent again. Here you can see the lance is now turned red. So let's go back to the brain page. Now let's set the color is not red. choose this curve here and drag this key to before 0.7. OK. Next, connect it to the AND node. So let's Control-click to place and spacebar to play. So we need to go to the body page and click None. And in the Vision tab, deselect Geometry Visible to Agents and Control-D, Alt-M, and Control-P. Now we have our colors displayed in the Vision display. Switch to the Brain page, and here we have our agents close. Control-R to reset. And let's check what's going on. If you want to check the vision for each agent, you can Shift and click. Here you can see the vision for this particular agent. Here we have our agents all running at different rates. Press Alt-R to reset. Choose the AND node here, and let's name it Close and not Lance. Next, create another fusion node and connect to the time here. Control-click, and I'll switch to this curve here. I'll adjust these keys a bit, drag them apart. Okay, that's good. Drag out a couple AND nodes here, and Control-Alt-click to disconnect. Let me connect. Alt-connect, Alt-click. Control-click, and Control-click. And Alt-connect, Alt-connect. And just adjust things a little bit here. And create another diffuse node and set its value to 1.1. So let's press Alt-R and spacebar to play. Let's check it now. Select this fuse node here. The agent format here. And then starts running. We need to connect our diffuse node to the rate. Control and click. Let's press Alt-R to reset and run the simulation again. Alright, let's see what's going on. The agents start to format with variation. Okay, they look much better now. And they will start to disperse. Alright, that looks very good. Let's stop it now and begin to set up the high lance pose. Okay, select Alt-R to reset. Let's move these around a bit. Again, make some room. Okay. Alright, let me now make a copy and paste of this one here. I'll connect to it. Now we need to clean this structure up, this node structure, so what is connected to what is very clear. We're going to go ahead and work on this fuse node to set up the high pose. Let's arrange these a bit better here. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Select this fuse node and adjust the settings. Okay, 0.7, 0.8. The agents in the back will stand with the high lance pose. I'll create an AND node here and connect it. Another diffuse node. This will be close agents with the high lance pose. Create an output node. Set the channel to high modifier. Set the diffuse to 1. And also we need to wire in the close with no lance. So let's connect it. And I want my agents with the high lance pose to stand with the modifier on. So drag out an AND node, connect here, and connect here. Okay. And for the middle, let's delete this one. We'll create an AND node here and set not high, and let's activate the middle. Connect, connect, connect. Activate diffuse. Now let's set high in the middle at the beginning. Okay, make some room here. Drag out another fuse node. Connect to the time. Choose this curve here and drag a little with a middle click. Connect to the AND here. Also to this one. I'll drag out another AND node. Connect as not. Press Alt-R to reset and spacebar to play. Alright, let's see what's going on. We're looking for the high lance pose in the back. Choose the close here, and we need to adjust this curve. Alt-R. Control-Alt-click to disconnect. Now Alt-connect so it says not at the beginning. Create another diffuse node here. Connect. Set its value to 1. And set Alt-R to reset and play the simulation. Here we have our agents standing in the back with the high lance pose. Each agent formats. That's fine. Now the agents start running. Now the group should start to disperse. That looks very nice. Let's stop it. Press Alt-R to reset, and let's organize here. Okay, let's just move things about a bit. Okay. Okay. A little here. Okay. After we're done, we'll create a macro to control all of these. That's good. So that's good for now. Okay. Now let's just save the agent. And also the setup. Now let's define the variables for the arrow agent. To make the arrow fly properly, we need to build the action for that. So let's go to the body page. Select the arrow segment and go to the Pose tab and set Bind Pose. Also choose the arrow base, set Bind Pose. Click on the desktop in an empty space to deselect. Set Bind Pose again. Now save as. Okay, now go to File, Load Actions, and let's load Arrow Bind Pose. Now let's open the Action Editor. Here we have our action. Let's name it Arrow. Now go to the Agent tab and Apply. Okay. Close it. Now save actions. Let's save it as Arrow ACTB and save it. Now let's save our agent. Okay. Let's go back to the brain page by pressing the Page Up key, and let's drag out 2 output nodes. Okay. I'll set the first one to TY and the range to 3000. And this one I'll set to RX and set the range to 90. Now let's establish our frame rate. Drag out an input node. Set the source to time multiplied by 24. I'll set my max range to 2000. Now let's create a fuse node and connect it. In the curve panel, middle click to drag and set to this curve here. Now create 2 diffuse node. Let me connect to it. I'll set the bottom one to 25 and the top one to 2400. Okay, let's hit the space bar to play the simulation. Our arrow flies, but not properly. Please reset and let's apply dynamics to it. Duplicate this fuse node here. Control C to copy, Control V to paste, and connect it. Let's set up our diffuse node and output nodes here. This will be our dynamics node. Set the channel name to dynamics.active. Okay, let me set this one to 1. And on the fuse node curve, choose this curve here and drag it a little back, middle click and drag to shift it to the right. Okay, a little more. Okay, that's good. Okay, let me save the agent first. File, save agent. Okay, press Alt-R to reset and spacebar to play. Our agent is flying now. Okay. And it has dynamics to it. It still does not look proper. We need to set this one to speed. And also to the segment arrow base. Adjust the name of the middle output node to arrow base channel TY. And also click the speed toggle. Okay, Alt-R to reset, spacebar to run the simulation again. So that looks much better now. Let me press Alt-R again to check it. Okay, our arrow's flying much better. I'll drag this fuse node curve just a little. Now Alt-R to reset and spacebar to run it again. Okay, the arrow collided with the plane. Y equals 0. Perfect. Okay, let's save real quick. And use your page key to go to the body page. Choose the Variables tab. Add a new variable. Set the name to Eject. And set the range to 400. And the max range to 430. And let's set the default range at 400. And the color to red, 0.7. And switch to skeleton by clicking Alt-M. We switch the arrow to reds because we don't want the agent to slow down when he sees the arrow flying. So we made it the same color as the lance that we set up in the previous video. So let's go back to the brain page by pressing the page up key and middle click to drag. Let me create a new input node here. Set the source as the eject variable. Set the range to 400 to 430. Let's connect it. Now set input minus times multiplied by 24. Set the range to negative 2000. Okay, let me adjust the curve here. And I'll drag it to the left, middle click to below 0. Also this one, below 0. Middle click to drag. Press Alt-R to reset. Spacebar to play. Let me check it. Alright, let's see what's going on. Our arrow is flying. Okay, let me reset it. Let me drag my fuse here around 60. And also this one. Okay. And let's adjust this value to 2700. And let's press Alt-R to reset and spacebar to play. Zoom out a little bit, see what's going on. And select my fuse node to check. Okay, that looks better now. Let me save it. Now let's place the arrow agent into the scene. Go to Edit, choose Place, choose the point generator, zoom out my camera, Control, right-click and drag. This looks like a good spot. I'll put my placement right around here. Click Add, and click. I'll switch on rows and columns. Set rows to 3 and columns to 3. Our groups, I'll choose only arrows. Okay. And decrease our distance, increase our column distance. Well, let's play with this a little bit here. Alright, let's see what we can do here with these columns and rows. Okay. Let me increase this. Yeah. Add a little noise. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Now let's place it. Okay, reset it. Spacebar to play. Let's stop simulation. Let's go to the scene page, select the arrow. Now go back to the brain page. And let's select the eject variable. So shift and click on the agent. So we have our random value between 400 and 430 generated by each agent. Let's select another one and check it. So I use these random values generated by each agent to compute when the arrow starts flying. So let's click the spacebar and I'll come back when the agents start flying. Okay, here we have our agents all flying at different times. Good. Okay. Alright, let's zoom out a little bit here. Okay. And check it. I want my arrows to only hit the back agents. If I have the guards hitting one another, it could cause the computer to crash. So let's save it. Save setup. Now if your aim is off, we need to go to the Edit, Place, do Control D, do Shift and click on the placement, and drag it to a better spot. You can drag it where you want. Let's close it and press Control P. Go back to the scene and select the arrow. Now back to the brain page. Okay, let me rotate my camera and zoom out. Let's play again. I'm going to stop the video and come back. Okay, let's check what's going on. Okay. Here we have our arrow just about to hit our agent. So to help them collide, we need to increase the size of the skeleton. Okay. We'll collide the arrow with the agent in the next part. Let's go to the body page and increase the segment size. Select body. Let's first select the root node here. Increase the X value to 80. '81, and this one to 40 or 41, 40. This value to 60. Okay, so now select the spine node here. Set the length to 11. The radius to 57. Now select the spine dummy node. Set the length to 4. .56 for the radius. Now select spine 1 node. Set the length to 1.5 and the radius to 54. Select the spine 2 node. Set the length to 14 and the radius to 54. Perfect. Alright, I'll reposition the nodes here a bit. Select the neck node and length of 36 and the radius of 24 should be good. Select the head node. Set the length to -5.6 and the radius 31. Select the right shoulder node. Leave the length where it is at 29 and set the radius to 28. Now the right arm node. Adjust the radius to 18. Now let's just copy and paste our numbers from the right to the left. Choose the left arm node here. Copy and paste. Now the right shoulder, radius, double-click, Control-C to copy. Choose the left shoulder node, double-click in the radius, Control-V to paste. Let's go to the legs. Choose the right upper leg. Set the length to 88 and the radius to 32. Select the right leg node. Length to 64 and the radius to 25. Next, we'll do the right foot. Set the length to 19 and the radius to 16. Then we'll copy and paste the numbers from the right side to the left side. We'll start with a right foot, length, double-click, copy, left foot, double-click, paste. Now radius, okay, perfect. Now for the right leg node also. Next, the right upper leg to the left upper leg. Okay. Good. If you want automatic symmetry, you have to name properly. The left side would be left underscore, and on the right side it would be right underscore. In order for this to work, though, you must do this before you export your motion from Motion Builder to ASF. Okay, let me clean these back up. Okay, good. Scaling up the segments lets us do the collisions between the arrows and our agents. I provided the exact numbers here. The principle is, though, that the segments should be similar in size and shape to the actual geometry. Go to View and Display Geometry. Here you can see that some of the segments are larger than the mesh. So we'll start with the left upper leg. Adjust TZ a little. We'll set this to -8. And also the right upper leg will set also to -8. Next, adjust the neck. We'll shift the segment forward. Set TZ to a -10. Also, I'll translate the head, pushing TZ to a -7. Yeah, okay. Much better. Move forward the neck. Much better. I'll save it again here. Now let's define the rule for the die action for when the arrow hits the guard agent. Open the action editor here, and I will copy my run middle action and set the name to run to die. Go to the curves pane and choose transition to latch. In edit, set the latch to the far left to the beginning, and let's close it. Let's go to the motion page. I don't want our die actions to return to any transition. Control-Alt-Click to disconnect. Okay. All right. Now, if one of the agents arrives at a die action, it will not travel back to this transition node at all. For all of these die actions, we need to activate our die triggers and our hit modifiers. So let's go to the brain page. Alright, drag these nodes up, and we'll start by creating 4 output nodes. Click Alt-M to get to the skeleton, and we'll set this first channel on this first output node to hit head modifier. And I'll set this one to hit chest modifier. This to hit shoulder. This to hit abdomen. Click Alt-R to reset. Click and drag to select all. Now reposition slightly. Next, I will create 4 output nodes. On the first node, we'll set the source to head collide. The second one sets source to spine 2 collide. This one set to right shoulder collide. The last one I will set to spine collide. Next, create 4 AND nodes. Also, create 4 diffused nodes. Okay. Clean this up a little. Now let's connect each to the other. Connect the AND, diffuse, and modifier nodes together, all the way down the list. Set the diffuse on each of these 4 to 1. And create an OR node. We'll take the max collision between each of these segments, connect it to the OR node, create a diffuse node also, and create an end variable by setting the channel to dead. And switch it to speed. Let's say one diaction is set, then no other diaction should be triggered. Create another input and set the source variable to dead. And create a fuse node here and connect them. And set it to this curve here. Drag it back a little. Okay. Let me alt connect each of these to the AND nodes. And also connect these. And switch the AND nodes to prod all the way down the list. Okay, let's make a little space here. I'll grab all of these but the first and start dragging down some room. Let's also say if the arrow hits on the neck, that will lead to the hit head die action. Let's select this node here, Control C, Control V to copy paste, and drag out an OR node. Control Alt click to disconnect, and let's connect both head collide nodes to the OR node. Set this second one here to neck collide. Finally, let's adjust the hit head modifier by dragging out an AND node and alt connecting from diffuse and hit head. Disconnect head collide input node from the OR node at the bottom and reconnect the 2 OR nodes together. Okay, done. Now, let's do the same for the spine 1 node. Copy and paste the spine 2 node and we'll rename. Copy and paste the OR node from above, disconnect the spine from the AND node, and reconnect the spine 1 and spine 2 to the OR node. We're going to do exactly the same thing, making sure that the input nodes are not directly connected to the OR node at the bottom, but rather the OR nodes in front of the input nodes are connected to the OR node at the bottom. Next, we're going to set up the right arm based on the right shoulder. So let me connect to it. Okay. I'll go back in a bit and rename the right shoulder to right arm. Next, we'll set up the spine dummy based off of the spine collide node. Drag out another OR node. Disconnect the input nodes and reconnect them both to the OR node. Next, we'll set up AND nodes all the way down the list using Alt Connect for each. Okay. Good. Okay. Enough. Okay, let's clean this up a bit. Make a little room. Okay. Next, we'll drag out an output node and a diffuse node. Of the output node, we'll set the channel to die trigger. Set the range to 2. Connect to the diffuse node and drag that range out to 2. Finally, connect the fuse and diffuse together. Let's save our agent, and next go to the body page, pressing the page down key. Now switch to the Dynamics tab. We will change the force of collision here. Set it to 4,200. Now switch to the Arrow agent. Switch to the Dynamics tab and set the collision force to 10. Dampen to 10 and friction to 10. If ever massive crashes when setting up your dynamics and collisions, first thing to try is to reduce the force, damp, or friction, or go to the agent itself and increase the mass. You can do this for each segment. We can also adjust the collision force for each segment by deactivating the inherent buttons you see here. So let's go to the brain page by pressing the page up key. Let me switch it to the guard page. Choose this diffuse node here and set the value to 1. Also in the right shoulder collide, I'll fix this typo here. Also set this node to right arm. Next, let's say when the arrow hits the left arm or shoulder, we will activate the hit shoulder modifier. Select the right shoulder and right arm input nodes. Control-C, Control-V to paste. Adjust slightly and Control-click to connect. And rename as left shoulder and left arm. Let's pan up here and set the rate to 0.4 when one agent is near another agent. Press Alt-M to switch to geometry and Control-P to place. Control right click and drag to zoom out. And let's rotate. Middle click and drag to pan. So they're positioned facing the arrows here. Press Alt-M to switch to skeleton. Finally tap the spacebar to play. The agents are in the standing action. Shift click on this agent here and Alt-F to follow him. Next, our agents will be reaching formation. I'll pause and be back when the arrows are flying close to these agents. Here we have our arrows flying towards our agents. Let's pause it. And anytime a guard agent collides with another guard agent, we'll need to adjust this curve here. When the agent gets very close, it will slow down. You can give it more room by dragging this curve a little bit, and the agents will give each other a little more room. Let's hit the spacebar to play again. Now I'll watch closely for the arrows colliding with the guard agents. Here we have one. Let's click Alt, Shift, and N to show the agent names. Okay. Here we have arrow 28 colliding with guard ASF 4. This should trigger the die hit abdomen action. Hit spacebar to play. And here we have arrow 30 colliding with guard ASF 3. And also we have guard 18 colliding with arrow 27. I don't want this arrow to hit this agent. So we're going to customize the action a little bit so that this arrow hits almost anyone else. So let's press Alt-R and open the Locator Edit pane. Control right-click, drag to zoom out. Now let's find our arrows. Shift-click on the arrow to drag it a little bit to the front. It's locked now. But if you want to go back to the default position for any reason, click Free. So my arrow is back to the default position. Let's shift and click to drag to the front. And let's adjust these a little. Okay. Okay. If you press delete, no agent will spawn on this locator. Let's click Control P to test. And here we have no agent is placed on this locator. Control D to delete. And let's close our Edit Locators pane. Now open it again. Select the arrow 25. Put it to lock. Our agent will be placed here now. Also, the agent will take the brain rolls, but there's an option for replay. I'll show you this function in the next video. Let's close it and Control P to place. Let's zoom out here and go find our guards. Okay, I'm going to zoom in here and rotate and set it up so that we're facing our arrows. Good. Alt-Shift-N to switch off the agent names. Click Shift bar to play, and I will come back when the arrows are nearing our guard agents. Good. Now let's check to see arrows that are hitting our guard agents. Okay. We need to adjust the arrow locators so that the arrows only hit the agents in the segments that we've designated for actions. I'll be back with the final results. After editing the arrow locators, here are the final results. Collisions were occurring, but no die action was occurring. This was a result of the collision striking a segment that we had not designated. Here we have an arrow on the head, and this one on the chest, and this one on the left arm. Let's check our die action here. Excellent. As you can see, everything is working great. Let's apply dynamics to the lance, because I want the guards to drop the lance when they die. Here you can see the lance is still in the hand of the guard as the die action occurs. After dynamics, the lance will no longer be parented to the hand. So first select the fuse node here and drag the bottom left point to the beginning. So we'll activate the die trigger at the beginning. Here we have our guards dying, but the lances are still parented to their hands. To begin, we'll create two input nodes. Set the source of the first one to die out. When a die action is activated in the motion tree, this will be the input. The second one will set source to right hand H. This will give you the height of the segment above the ground in world space. So let's set the range to 500 and -500. Let's create two fuse nodes and connect to each one. Choose the first and choose the S curve and set the die out to closer to 1. In order to check the value for the right hand, let's reset and start the simulation. I will come back when the agents are dying. Let's select this agent and check our value here. Okay, the value is greater than 200. I'll set the fuse node appropriately. Okay. Switch to this curve here. Okay, good. Alright, let's switch and check the other value here. Put it around here. Now create an AND node here. Connect these two to the AND node. And create a diffuse node. Connect. Lastly, drag out an output node. Set the channel to lance box dynamics.active. Select the fuse node here and drag the curve to about 0.45. And this fuse node about here. Let's hit spacebar to play. Good. And here we have the agent dropping the lance. Okay, that looks good. This third one we might need to adjust a little. Okay. So we need to reset. We have a penetration error here with this agent. Let's save it. And also the setup. And let's press Alt-R to reset and play again. I'll stop the video and come back when the die action is active again. The agent drops the lance, but it snaps back to the previous position. This can be solved by creating an AND node here. Alt-Connect, Alt-Connect. And let's reset. I'll be back when the die action is active again. Okay, here we have our arrows hitting our agents. Now the dynamics activate and do not snap back to his hand. Excellent. I'll switch over to the geometry by pressing Alt-M. Okay, let's rotate here a little and check it. This looks much better now. Very good. So let's save this. Save setup, and also save the agent. Now I'll run the full simulation for the agents in preparation of the next chapter. In the manual, if you go to the Sim dialog, we have the command line sim. Here you can find all the command line sim parameters and an example here. Notice here that we see the start and end of the sim frames. You can also find more options of the command line here. Okay. We'll use the in option here. This allows me to choose the range of agents to process, and we'll be able to create the simulation from the command line. Open your console and change your directory to Chapter 01B Mass Scene. Now type massive guards.mass GUI option sim sim_out. Press enter to begin the simulation. We have some small feedback here showing us that the simulation is currently ongoing. Let me press Ctrl+C to stop. I will add the verbose option so that we can see the frames as they progress in the command line interface. Press the up arrow key, add the V option, press enter to begin the simulation again. We have good feedback now. One more addition and we have a much faster simulation through the command line. Ctrl+C to stop. I'll close this console window and open a fresh one. Go back to Massive, choose the Edit menu, open the Place pane, and here we will check to see how many channels we have in our scene. Here you see the child locators are set to 30. I'll switch now to my two command lines. This command line is set to process agents 1 through 15, and this is set to process agents 16 through 30. So let's press enter on both. Here you can see our scene is running much faster by running two processes simultaneously. I'll stop recording and I'll be back when it's complete. My scene processes are finished. Here you can see that each operation has written out to the same file. To avoid that, you can create a second sim pass with a different name and set one process to use one sim pass and the other process to use a different sim pass with a different name. We'll close our command line windows and set this up inside of Massive. Also close the pane editor. Let's go to Run and select the sim. In the sim pass, select the sim in. Switch to the Sim Parameters tab. Confirm that the AMC button and the brains are off, and press Go. My sim process is finished. Ctrl+D to delete instance. Go to Edit menu, Locator. So we will switch off the variables. Now shift and click and drag on the viewport to select all of our locators. Also the arrow locators. Activate replay and deselect brain. Now close the pane and notice that the locator icon has changed. Press Alt-M and Control-P to place, and switch back to skeleton. and press the spacebar to play. Pan down a little. Drag select these 4 nodes and press Alt-D to disable them. The simulation is still playing, but will now not be affected by these nodes. Now press Alt-E to enable. Now let's check my simulation out. It should be much faster now, because no dynamics will be applied. Because now we have recorded the motion from the previous video. Our arrows are flying now. They are coming towards our agents. Let me switch to geometry by pressing Alt-M. Let me check what's going on here. The arrows are striking these agents and they're dying. Also this one and this one. So this simulation is running much faster. And here we have our guards dying. Let me stop it, and I will put all the nodes in a macro. I'll pan down and zoom out, right-click and drag. I'll select all this, Alt-G to group. Set the macro name to arrow hit and agent die. Now let me select all of these. We'll name it Stand, Format, and Run Action. Now we'll select all of these. And this one. I'll name it Middle and High Modifier. Okay. I'll select all of these. And this one. Shift to select. And Alt-G to group. Set to rate. I'll leave these last few outside of any macro. Clean this up a little bit here. I'll organize this a little bit more. Okay. You can enter a macro by hovering your mouse over the macro and hitting the Enter key. So you are in a macro. You can get back out of a macro by clicking the backspace key. At any time, you can undo a macro by selecting that macro and clicking Alt-Shift-G. So now nothing is inside of a macro. Click Alt-G to recreate the macro. Let's quickly fix the name here, just like it was before. Stand, Format, and Run Actions. Let's save the agent and also the setup. In the bonus lesson, I will show you how to import a massive simulation into 3ds Max and Maya using my own software. Also, I want to say thank you for watching. I hope you understand the pipeline and simulation within Massive much better now. Hello everyone, and welcome to the bonus portions of this lesson. The following chapters will show how to use the Massive Importer tool to bring massive simulations into Maya and 3ds Max. Go to this blog page to download the latest version of Massive Importer tool. In Massive, open our final scene and go to Edit, Locator, and Shift and select all of these. Go to the Selection tab and Add. Set the name to Guards. Press Set. Now Shift and select the arrows. Click Add and set the name to Arrows. Now we can select our locators by clicking on the selection name. Let's close it and go to the motion page and turn the active tree off. Now go back to the brain page by pressing the page down key and right click to zoom out, left click to drag and select, Alt D to disable all of the nodes. Now click Control D to delete all instances. Now Alt O to switch the view, and also select all nodes and Alt D to disable them all. Now switch to geometry by pressing Alt M and Control P to place. Finally, click the spacebar to play. Here we have our simulation is playing. Before we output our scene to Max or Maya, we need to add the lance as an individual agent. Currently, it is still embedded in the skeleton of the guard, which will produce poor motion in either app. Press Alt-R to reset, and Control-D to delete instances. Now press the page down key to go to the scene page. And let's create a new agent, and we will set the name as the same as our Lance Box segment. So I will set the name here as Lance Box, and also rename the group. Control V to paste. Now let's go to the body page by pressing the page up key, and let's delete this node and press Alt-O to switch to the guard body page. Select these two here, middle click and drag to pan, and also select the armor lance here. Control C to copy, and then Alt-O to switch to the lance body page, and Control V to paste. I will add underscore agent here, and also on the sphere underscore agent. Select the Lance Box agent and set the X to 16, also the Z to 16. The Y will set around 114. Pretty close to 115. Now let's reset all the transformations in the Rest State tab. Just double-click each and type in 0. Just work through each of these. Also, let's set the color to 0.5. We will bake the simulation to the new lance from the old lance using parenting. Let's go to the brain page by pressing page down, drag out an output node, and set the channel to parent, and set to 1. Press Alt-O to switch to the guard ASF brain page. Drag out an output node and set the channel to LanceBox: spawn. Set to 1. The spawn channel will spawn an agent at the location and orientation of the segment. In this case, it will be the lance box agent and the lance box segment. Let's go to the body page by pressing the page down key. Pan down to the armor lance, select and disable using Alt-D. Now press Alt-M to show our model, and there is no lance. Switch to the brain page by pressing the page up key. Now go to Edit menu, Locators. Select the guards and go to the Edit tab. We will switch on the brain because we want our original to play the simulation, but also instance the lance at the end. So switch on the brain and look at your viewport. The locator figures have changed. Let's close it and save our agent. And press Alt-O to switch to the arrow agent. Save it, and also Alt-O to switch to the lance box agent. And let's save it. Switch to the CDL directory and name it lancebox.cdl. And also let's save the setup as final_massive importer. Switch to the lance box body page by pressing the page down key. Select the armor lance and let's adjust the geometry file path. Now that the geometry is updated, we can zoom in here and it is displayed on the viewport. Press Alt-O and we'll go copy the materials. Control-C to copy and Alt-O to switch back to the lance box page. And press Control-V to paste. OK. Control-click to connect. Click in the texture map path to update the texture maps. The lance is displayed correctly. Let me save it again. Press Control-P to place. OK, zoom out. Press the spacebar to play. Here we have the lance is now instanced for each of the guards. Press Alt-M to switch to skeleton. The blue ones are the lance box agents that are parented to the old lance box segment. Go to the scene page and select the lance box agent. Now go back to the body page and select the lance box segment. And let's go to the Shape tab and adjust the TY. We want this agent to take the motion of the original segment, but we do not want it to collide with any of the other agents. Also, let's set the shape of X to 6 and the shape of Z to 6. The lance box agent will stay inside of the lance box segment. Press Ctrl-D to delete the instances. And let's switch to the arrow body page. Select the armor lance object. We will duplicate the armor lance and rename it as arrow. Switch to the object folder and let's select the armor lance. Control-C and Control-V to paste. Rename this as arrow. Now go back to Massive and select the armor lance. And let's load the arrow OBJ. Press Alt-M, and here we have the arrow geometry. Now let's resave each. Switch to the guard body page, and let me pan down here and select the armor lance. Delete it. We don't need this anymore. Minimize this pane and select the shoulder armor. Go to the Weights tab and save weight. Now go to the boots and save weights. Just keep going down the line and replace the weight file for each of these. Now switch to the brain page by pressing the Page Up key. Select all these nodes here and press Alt-E to enable. Also disable the spawn Alt-D. Now switch to the motion page by pressing the Page Up key. Activate the trees. Switch to the brain page by pressing the Page Up key. Alt-O to switch to the arrow brain page. Select all these nodes and Alt-E to enable. Alt-O and let's disable this parent. Let's run the sim for these agents. Go to the Run menu and choose Sim. Go to the Sim Passes and add a new pass. Set the name as cmiVFX. In the sim parameters, let's set the end frame as 600. Output sim as FBX in the FBX directory. So we need to make an FBX directory in the same directory as our scene. Also, we need to create a call sheet and set the name. Show the viewport and go to the Sim Passes tab. Make sure you have the Sim Out FBX pass chosen and press Go. I'll be back when this is complete. Now let's reactivate this parent node. Alt-E to enable and Alt-O to switch to the guard brain page. And select all these nodes and Alt-D to disable. Let's enable the lance box spawn. Alt-E. Alt-O to switch it to the arrow brain page. Alt-D to disable. Now switch to the guard motion page by pressing the Page Up key. And turn off active trees. Next, go to the Scene page and select the guard ASF. And save the agent. Select the arrow and save agent. Select the lance box and save agent. Also, let's save the setup. Press Ctrl-P to place and go to the Run menu, Sim, and select the Sim Out FBX pass and press Go. We will translate the geometry that we are about to export. Select the hip joint. See that the Y is 229.2. Select the shoulder arm and shift select all the way down to the armor shirt. And go to Skin, Detach Skin. Now translate to negative 229.2. Now go to Modify and Freeze. Now select the armor lance and go to Modify, Center, Pivot. Now select the Move tool and let me switch to the front view. Translate in X and press the Insert key. Alt middle click and drag to pan. And translate. Let's switch to the wireframe. Okay, this looks good here. Press the Insert key again, and now let's translate the armor lance. Now go to Modify and Freeze Transformations. Control D to duplicate, and let's set the scale to 0.5. This will be the arrow. Double-click and rename. Now we'll choose all our geometry, select the shoulder arm, and Shift-select the armor lance. Control-select the arrow. Go to File and choose Export Selection. Set to FBX and Edit. Scroll down to the FBX file format. Set to Binary and FBX 2009 version. Let's close these two panes. Now let's navigate to our project folder and set this as Geometries. And export it. Now let's go to the Chapter 1B mask scene and create a new folder. Let's rename OBJ to OBJM and the new folder to OBJ. This will help us stay organized for OBJs intended for massive. So now let's copy all the weight files here to the OBJ directory. Now let's open Massive, go to File and Import FBX, browse to the geometry, turn off Skeleton and Motion, and import only geometry. It will be placed in the new OBJ directory with the weight files. And let's accept. Let's import the simulation into Maya using the Massive Importing tool. Go to the window and choose Plugin Manager. Scroll down and find Massive Importer Maya. In the MEL command line, type Massive Importer and press Enter. After the Importer pane shows up, click the Load Call Sheet button. Navigate to the Scene folder and choose the call sheet. Wait a moment. And here we have our default agent imported into Maya. Let's apply materials. Go to Shading and Smooth Shade All. Next, activate Hardware Texturing. Select the armor lance and scale to 0.5. And now switch off the joints. Let's rotate this a little. Check. You can set the range of the agent to be imported by clicking on the Custom Agent. You can set the range to any number, for example 20 to 200. You can cache the geometry by switching on this toggle here. Also, you can delete the bones before caching by checking this toggle here. We are just going to import a default agent. Okay, now let's press Import Crowd. The crowd has been imported into Maya. Now press Alt and right-click drag to zoom out the camera. I'll just check here a little to make sure the armor lance is located properly. I'll step forward a few frames here. So we need to translate the pivot for the lance here. Let me rotate my camera here. Step back to the first frame and shift and drag to select the lances. Shift and drag to select this one. And now we have selected all the lances. Now let's translate the pivot center. Select the Move tool and press the Insert key. And let's translate the pivot. Okay, let's rotate a little. Let's step forward to check it. That looks better now. Press the Insert key and let's zoom out. Okay, I'll minimize this window here. Choose the view. Select Camera. Switch to the Attribute Editor. Increase the far clip plane to 100,000 and the near plane to 1. Now go to Display, UI, and let's hide the command line. Now let's switch here and scroll down to find the arrow agents. Here's one. Go to View and look at Selection. Now select all the arrow geometry. Now go to the channel box and set the offset X to 39. Now choose a guard agent and look at Selection. Alright, let's pan around here a little and have a look. Make a little room and set the frame range to 600 and play the simulation. Zoom in a little to check this. The agents are dying and the simulation for the arrow lances is correct. Let's go to Default View. You can go at any time to Hypershade to edit these shaders. Let's import our massive simulation into 3ds Max using the Massive Importer tool. Go to Utilities, now press More, and let's load Massive Importer. To show on the screen, you need to have installed the Massive Importer into the 3ds Max plugin folder. Now let's load our call sheet. Press the Call Sheet button and navigate to the call sheet, choose it, and hit Enter. Our default agents are loading now. So let's press OK. Click to refresh our viewport. We have our guard imported into 3ds Max. Also the lance and the arrow. Let's go back to the utility pane and apply our materials. Scroll down, press Apply Materials, and press Alt-W. And go to the Views menu, choose Show Materials in Viewport as Shaded Materials with Maps. Our agents have been imported into 3ds Max correctly. Now we'll turn off our helpers, go to Display, and under Hide by Category, click the Helpers checkbox. Now we'll set the pivot for the armor lance. Go to the Hierarchy and Effect Object Only. Click Center to Pivot. I'm going to rotate my camera a little and choose the Move tool and Translate. Good. Effect Object Only off. Now select the Rotate tool and rotate to 0 degrees. Now let me select the arrow and I'll check to see if the pivot is centered. Okay, it looks fine. Now we'll rotate it to 39 degrees like we did in Massive. Okay. Now select the Scale tool and we will scale it to 50%. So let me change my end time to 600 frames. Now let's go back to Utilities. Here we have our control parameters, and the Custom Agent button allows you to import an agent within a custom frame range. You can set it to any arbitrary number you want, from 3 to 300 or 3 to 10. If you uncheck the box, it will import all agents that exist within the call sheet. You can also cache the geometry after the import process is complete, or you can delete the bones before importing. Now let's import our crowd. Our import crowd process is beginning. I'll stop recording and be back when the process is complete. The import is complete. Here we have our guards and our arrows down here. So the arrow scene is not imported properly. Let's select all our arrows and select the Rotate tool. Go to the Hierarchy, click Effect OBJ Only. Let's rotate it. Let me rotate this camera a little here. Let's check this. Deselect all. These look good now. Last check the end time. Okay, that's good. Let's play it. I'll frame step a few here. Good, it looks like our arrows are rotated properly. Yeah, that looks excellent. Okay. Last step is to update the materials. Go back to Utilities and click Apply Materials. Any additions or changes done in Massive will then be transferred to the 3ds Max scene. Let me show you how you can place an agent in a stadium. For this lesson, it's required that you have the Massive ready-to-run agent, Stadium Agent. I've downloaded from Digital Edge the basketball stadium. I've removed all the seats because the stadium is very high resolution and I was unable to load it into Massive. Now let's go back to Massive and load our stadium model. You can load it by going to File, Load Terrain, or you can go to the Scene page by pressing the Page Up key a couple times. Under Terrain Parameters, choose the geometry and go to the basketball stadium.obj. Close the warning. Our stadium model is loaded. So let's zoom out a little bit and switch off the shadows. Click to refresh. No shadows are displayed. And we have 5 rows for the first seats and 5 rows for the second seats. We will place agents on the first 5 rows, then skip a row, and then agents on the next 5 rows. First, let me show you how to use the point generator. Go to Edit, Place, and select the point. Click Add, and in the middle of the rows of seats, click to add a point generator. Now activate the rows and columns Set the rows to 5, and let's increase the column distance a little. Okay, check it. Now let's increase the column count a little. Okay. Okay. Now let's rotate it a -90. And now let's increase the columns. Let's go closer and check to see that the distance is fine. See what's going on. Let me drag my point and increase the column distance. Okay, a little more. Okay, that's good. And that's fine. As you can see here, the column distance is applied equally to the rows and the columns. To achieve more density, we need to add more points. I can show you how to use the spline generator to achieve the density that we want. So let's delete it and go back to choose the spline generator. Click Add. Let's create the first point here and the next one about here. Right-click it to finish, and I will decrease my columns. Okay, and let's zoom in here a little. Click this tiny button here to edit our control points. Let's set this angle to 0. Let me drag my points a little here. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now I'm going to decrease my column distance. That will give us the density we want. And now increase the columns. So now let's switch off the point editor. Shift and drag into the middle. We have our agents placed in the stadium. Now press place. Here we have our agents. Now we can increase density by, again, decreasing column distance and then increasing columns. Now let me show you how we can put the agents on the corners. Control D to delete the instances. Alright, let's zoom out a little and position this. Place a new spline generator. Press the Add button here. Place the first point here and the second point around here. Right-click to finish. First, I'll decrease my columns. And now rotate my angle to 180 degrees because I placed my bottom point and then top point. Of course, we could have done it the other way around, and then the angle change wouldn't be necessary. Now let me switch on my point editor. Shift and select the first point. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me switch off my point editor and select my spline generator. Okay, let's decrease the column distance a little bit. And let's close it and go to Edit, Locators, And let's select this locator here. Shift and drag. And let's delete it. Also, let's shift and drag to delete these two here. Now let's close the pane. Now go to Edit, Place, and Shift click to drag my spline a little. Okay, and let's close it. Press Control P to place. Hit the spacebar to play, and here we have our agents. These locators here have moved, so click Control D to delete this instance, and go to Edit, Locator, and let's select this locator here, and this one. Now go to the editor and set as free. Now let's shift and select this one and also click free. And another locator isn't here at all. One is probably overlapping the other, so let me select all of these and click free. And it has reappeared. So close the pane. Now press Control P again. Let's increase this viewport a little. Now let's edit again the agents on this corner portion. Go to Edit and Locator. Press Control D to delete the instance. Let me zoom in here a little. OK. Shift and drag to select all of these. Shift and let's reposition these a little. I'll just select this last one here and delete it. And now let's select all of these. Shift and drag. Let's zoom in here a little. Let's also get this one here. Shift it a little. Let's select both of these rows and translate them back a little. That's fine. We can go back to the old position by selecting any other locator and clicking the Free button. That's fine for now. Let's close it. Press Control P to place. So our agents look much better now. Now let's see this. Press the space bar to play. Here we have our agents in a stadium. To fill the stadium, for every row, we need to place our spline generators, adjust our rows and columns, and edit the locators as needed.